Down in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in disguise. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble, no more alibis. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. Out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It is 9:30 p.m. here in dark and a little humid, a little breezy, kind of cool though, South Korea. We are just about ready to begin day 29 of the Karen Reed trial, and it's looking like the prosecution is going to rest today. I think so. Before we get to that, though, one item of business we got to take care of. One of my favorite actors passed. I've loved him since I was a kid. Absolutely amazing actor. He does the mysterious, quiet figures very well. Kiefer Sutherland's father, Donald Sutherland, who was a mainstay in our O.J. Simpson retro trial things. So we just have one little bit of tribute to pay to Donald Sutherland, who passed away. Those of you that know. Those of you that don't know, if you happen to be wearing earbuds, you may want to turn the volume down or take them out for just about 20 seconds. So Donald Sutherland, passing of a great actor. All right. Rest in peace, Donald Sutherland. He was the original Hawkeye in MASH. As a matter of fact, that was such a great movie that when I got the news, that's what I did during work today. It was a slow day at the office. I multitasked. I did some work on one computer screen, and I watched the original MASH on the other screen in the office. So, yep, so many great roles, but we're not here to talk about that. But yes, I did watch the original MASH with him as Hawkeye. And it was sad to see how many people in one of the classic movies in cinema history, MASH, how many of the actors are gone. But anyway, that's depressing. Let's move on, shall we? All right, peeps. Day 29 is getting here, but before we get to day 29, we got to get to day 28 afternoon review. And before we get to that, we've got just a smidge of housekeeping to do. We currently have 245 people here watching, only 99 likes. Shame on you people. You know what to do. Do all the YouTube-y stuff. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We're eking our way towards 77,100 subscribers. We're close, I think. What is Mr. Tally say? Oh, we are one person away. We are 77,099 subscribers. Who's going to be lucky 77,100? Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you are subscribed. Just double check and make sure you are still subscribed. When we get into day 29 live, I'll put up a like and subscribe poll there. So that we can all vote on that. And to prepare for the live hearing during this review at any time, go up there, right up at the very tip top of chat. There's a pinned chat that says generate your bingo card here. Click on that link, click generate your card, and generate yourself a Karen Reed murder trial bingo card. That's what we do here. It helps us focus a little bit on the hearing, helps us pay attention to what's being said so that we can see what we need to mark off on the bingo card. If you get bingo, just announce it. If you get more than bingo, just keep going with it and see how many different bingos you get and see if you can get a whole blackout. But we may have to revamp it a bit for the defense's case because there's not going to be a lot of the what if any's or the who if any ones in the defense's case. So, right. Generate that while we do that. And real quick, what's coming up? They're doing a full day of trial today. I'm just be covering the half day live as normal. We might cover the other half live in its entirety over the weekend, or I might just do a review. I don't know. We'll have to play it by ear. But 11 hours and 17 minutes from now will be the June F it Friday, where we just say F it. We have a great panel of guests on. A lot of lawyers are going to be joining us. A lot of non-lawyers are going to be joining us. We're going to be doing that. We do it every once a month, every month on a particular Friday, where we say F it. You bring all your money and throw it at me, and one just boozy griftathon. Every $100 that comes in, I do a shot of whiskey. It'll be Woodford Reserve Korea edition. This is right there, Korea edition. That'll be what we're getting into in 12 hours from now, 11 hours from now. Every $100 that comes in, we do a shot. Every donation of 50 or more, where we take a breathalyzer test, and we just have a great fun. Here's the list of the lawyers that are going to be joining us. Nate the Lawyer, Andrea Burkhart, Runkle of the Bailey, Ozzy Overlord, Danny on Direct, Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca, Potentially Criminal Sean, Flux, Lady Law, Nick Starro, Megan Fox Writer, MG Law, Moxie Dame, Jess, Dave Neal, Ari Jacob, Kaiser Pineapple, Broken Baker, and two legends in their own minds, Max Mura and Lincoln Kane. That's what we've got lined up so far. People come and go. All right, that's all the background stuff we need to get out of the way. And if you are watching this on the replay, I hope you skipped ahead to right now. But I forgot to tell you to skip ahead, so you probably didn't. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday afternoon, we finally got to the medical examiner. But before we do that, we do have the first super chat of the evening, which I want to read now because of what it says. Wow, but also ew. I'm not sure what that was for, but all right. This is one I wanted to read. Matt reviews. What the shit is that? God. My cell phone is possessed by Satan, I guess. God, it just started playing on us and scared the shit out of me. I started hearing this child's voice coming from somewhere in the room. And it gave me goosebumps. Holy crap. Well, those of you that don't know, I do actually have a ghost in my house. I thought we had stepped up our ghost game there for a second. Holy crap, that gave me goosebumps. It scared the shit out of me. All right. Let me take a deep breath. Try that again. Holy crap. All right. Matt reviews. Thank you so much for the Aussie $5. Hello from Western Australia. I'm currently watching in bed. And that's why I wanted to read it first. I didn't want you to fall asleep before I read it. But as it's Friday night, I'll watch as much as I can. Well, thank you for watching from bed, and thank you for being the first super chat of the evening. That's deeply appreciated. Now that my heart has started again, I guess we'll get into it. Hey, CMB, what's up? Whew. You guys have no idea how scary that was. Suddenly there's a little girl's voice emanating from somewhere in this room. Holy crap. Yeah, pour one out for the ghost homies. Hey, Joe. I think I'll just take another. It's summer has begun. It's like the first day or second day of summer. So it's time for the first summer cocktail, a delicious and wonderful mojito. That's what I'm going to be nursing today. All right. Day 28, the afternoon. They had a cool ME, a cool medical examiner on. She wasn't the medical examiner. She was a medical examiner. She was a brain chick. She was interesting. And she caught so much flack on Law and Crime and all over Twitter about the way she was dressed. From what I understand, it's like 180 billion degrees in this courtroom, and the judge specifically told people to dress comfortably and dress coolly and dress comfortably. She looked a little bit like Batman's nemesis, Poison Ivy. She had this green, what looked like ivy print dress on, but people were freaking. If she didn't have the tattoos, nobody would give a shit what she was dressed like. She would be, she's just wearing a green dress. But no, she was wearing a green dress, and she had a full sleeve tattoo on her left arm, and she had some weird like K tattoo on her right shoulder. She had the eyelashes going too, but she's incredibly well qualified. She knew her stuff. She knew her stuff very, very well. But I don't know what people were freaking out about the way she was dressed. I thought it was odd. It was an odd choice, but hey, who gives a shit if she knows what she's talking about? But I thought it was cool that like this chick who digs through people's brains for a living has this big skull tattoo on her shoulder. I thought it was kind of cool. Anyway, so she's dressed like Poison Ivy. She's got eyelashes. She digs into people's brains. She's got a skull tattoo on her shoulder. It's pretty awesome. I thought it was dang cool. Well, she specifically deals with suspicious blunt force trauma. And so she examined John O'Keefe's brain. She was like literally chopping up his brain and digging into it to find stuff. She testified that that he suffered brain trauma, which led to bleeding on the brain on the front left and the front right side of his head. There was multiple contusions on his brain. That doesn't mean he was pummeled in the head a bunch of times, but it doesn't mean he was not pummeled in the head a bunch of times. That having multiple contusions, multiple bruises actually on the brain. I said there was too many to there was too many to bother counting. She said her quote was so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count them. And she said this means that there was enough pressure, there was enough swelling on the brain that it made many areas of the brain press against the hard surface of the skull, which caused the bruising. And she said that he had suffered acute traumatic injuries due to, quote, some type of trauma. She couldn't say what type of force was applied to his head or how much force caused the injury. She said it was consistent with a fall. She said it was consistent with being hit by a car. There was nothing that tied Karen Reed to this whatsoever. The defense had no questions for her on cross-examination. So she was quick up, quick down. And Blue Varro has been a member for 15 months. Thank you so much, Blue Varro. You are an absolute wonderful human being. Thank you for 15 months worth of support. Well, the next person to take the stand, which I believe is going to be the last prosecution witness, because they're usually either the first or the last witness, the medical examiner. The medical examiner, the one that was actually we've been waiting for 28 days, 28 court days, which has been about 497 million calendar days, I believe. At least that's what it feels like. The medical examiner, Irina Scordobello is her name. She had a little bit of an Italian accent going there. She was the medical examiner. She said that she gave a list of his injuries, and amongst his injuries, there was evidence of medical intervention, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Cause of death on the death certificate was blunt force trauma to the head and hypothermia. Now, one of the important things that came out on the prosecution's examination of her was the manner of death. The manner of death, what caused the blunt force trauma to the head and the hypothermia. The manner of death could not be determined. The medical examiner has no idea how he suffered the blunt force trauma to the noggin. Speaking of the blunt force trauma to the head, she said that there was bleeding and there was swelling of his eyes. There was a laceration on his right eyelid. There was abrasions on the left side of his nose. The back of his head had a laceration and a scrape on it. And he had skull fractures on the front and back, and there was brain hemorrhaging. Now, with the lacerations on the back of his head, they said that was overlying. It was laying on top of the area where there was the skull fracture. So she concluded essentially they were connected. And all of the fractures the skull said originated from the area on the back of his head. So that caused all of the other fractures. O'Keefe's head came into contact with a blunt object. Yeah, we knew that because you said blunt force trauma was the cause of death. So that was her big testimony. His head came into contact with a blunt object. Well, see, interestingly enough, great success. You can drop the all caps anytime you want, by the way. Nobody has said that the car hit him in the back of the head. The car hit him in the face. She's saying the fracture to the back of his head was the cause of all of the fractures to the skull. As if you fell backwards or fell into a curb or, was knocked unconscious by a punch to the right side of the head where the laceration would be, and you fall back and you hit your head on the concrete or a sharp object or a blunt object. So there we go. You don't have to fight Mike Tyson to break your skull. You just have to fall on it. Let's see. The laceration on the back of his head was overlying the fractured area. All right. And on his arms, she said he had linear patterns, cuts, and markings on his arm, and some bruising on his right hand. Isn't that interesting? Some bruising, some unexplained bruising on his right hand. And he said apparently he had some small bruising on his right knee that was insignificant. And it looks like we've had an Aussie Overlord raid. Welcome, Aussie Overlord raiders. Good to see you here. Hit that like button if you haven't already done so. Internal examination. She poked around inside of him as well. Opened him up, poked around inside. She was the one that cut out his brain and gave it to the other chick. There was bleeding in his stomach, like small patches of bleeding in his stomach, which is present sometimes in hypothermia cases. Additionally, there was bleeding inside of his pancreas, which is apparently also present in some hypothermia cases. And his toxicology finding was 0.28 grams per deciliter, sorry. In other words, for those of us in America, 0.28, which is about 3 times over the legal limit. So I'm starting to, Karen had elevated blood alcohol levels around the 2.1, 2.8, like 9 hours after they left. So I think she drank at home when she couldn't find his dumbass, when she was freaking out and sending him all the messages and trying to call him. I think she was drinking because she was pissed. That's just my personal thought based on no facts in evidence whatsoever. But he was drinking a bunch. I'm starting to think these cops drank a hell of a lot more at the bars than they were talking about. Everybody only had a couple of beers, 4 beers. I think they had a lot more than that. So he was at 0.28, 0.28. He had bruising on his hands. She reiterated he had bruising on his hands. And she testified that the skull is a thick bone and it takes significant impact to crack the skull. And we mentioned earlier that she said that there was evidence of medical intervention. And that was cracked ribs. He had broken ribs. And if, I've got nurses in the family and whatnot. Apparently, broken ribs are extremely common when people are giving you proper CPR. It's not even called CPR anymore, is it? Because you don't do the breathing. But yeah, if you do chest compressions correctly, you're likely gonna crack and break some ribs. And the idea is, well, why would you want to break ribs? Because it's better to break a few ribs than to have somebody die. If they're gonna die, the broken ribs don't matter. And if they're gonna live, I think they would rather have a few broken ribs than be dead. So there you go. Chest compressions, broken ribs. But then her big conclusion, which I found really, really interesting. I don't know if anybody else is going to see it the way I saw it. One sentence, one of her big one sentence conclusion that I pulled from her testimony, I did not like it at all. I thought it was disingenuous. I thought it was deceptive. And I thought it was incredibly wishy-washy. She was asked something along the lines of, was there any signs of an altercation? She didn't say, no, I see no evidence whatsoever of any physical altercation with another human being. She didn't say that. She hedged her bets. She tried to couch it in those terms, but if she has to give an honest testimony. She can't lie. She's not going to put her medical license in jeopardy and all that other stuff. But she couched this one sentence she said was couched so fishily that, this sentence stank for 2 reasons. When asked whether she saw any indications of an altercation, she said, I didn't see any signs. She said, I didn't see any signs, major signs of what I would call a significant alteration. Let's break that down real quick here. I didn't see any signs, major signs. Did you see minor signs? Did you see minor signs of an altercation? She said, I didn't see major signs. She didn't say I didn't see any signs or I didn't see small signs. She said, I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation. What does significant mean? What is your definition of significant? Did you see signs of a minor altercation? People can fall over in minor indications. Somebody shoves you, you shove them, they trip, they fall back, they smack their head on the ground, and boom, they're gone. They're ghosts, and they show up in my room apparently. But so did you see major signs of a significant altercation? No. But did you see major signs of a minor altercation? Did you see minor signs of significant altercation? I didn't like the way she couched that in really, really shady terms. So, she wanted to testify that this happened the way the cops said it, but to be honest, she had to add all of these vague and really wishy-washy, equivocating language, major signs, significant altercation. That only eliminates a very, very tiny band of possible altercations. So I didn't like that. And now the trial is going to start here in just a few more minutes. Let me refresh this and bring this up. She's going to continue her direct testimony under examination. And I think we're going to get into pictures of the corpse here before too long. We were warned. The judge gave everybody a trigger warning yesterday that you're going to see some pictures that are going to be graphic. I don't know to what extent they'll show them on TV, but they've already shown like the deep cuts on his arm. We'll just have to see. Let's bring this up here so we don't miss any of the fun. Present, share screen. There you go. And embiggen and move you down to where you belong. Right there until you get started. All right, people, again, one more time, just reminding you all to go over there to click the link at the top of chat and generate your bingo card because we're about to get our bingo on here. And once you've done that, mark off your free space. And every time you hear a phrase, I'll alert you. And sometimes I miss them. Like I've become immune to him saying "what if any." I'm going to check Legal Bites and see if she's updated the "what if any" count yet. Legal Bites. There you go. Let's see. Do we have an update? After day 28. Oh, we are so close. We are going to hit the 2,000 mark very, very quickly. According to Alita Legal Bites, the grand total of what if any or who if any questions from Lolly is 1,993. And she checks through the transcript every day. So hers is accurate. We started off with fun and games, but actually he has said what if any or who if any 1,993 times in 28 days. That's really close to 100 a day. Yep. So we're gonna hit 2,000. Someone keep track. As soon as we hear seven what if any's, we could do a shot or something. Oh, and curse my cleaning lady. She threw away my red Solo cup shot glass. She thought it was garbage. Shame on her for thinking a dirty whiskey glass sitting on a plastic whiskey cup on a desk was garbage. Shame on her, but I have a spare. So I'll just have to keep it locked away when she comes. But so yeah, once we hit seven what if any's or who if anyone's, let me know and we'll do a congratulatory shot. Why not? It's Friday. And we've got Sonny or Chris. I can't count the number of ribs I have broken in my career. Oh God. Like your ribs or someone else's ribs. Either way, I've had a light crack of one of my ribs, and that was ridiculously painful. I don't even want to think what multiple actual fractured ribs, like broken ribs, would feel like. But I hope it was other people and not yours. Matthias Davis, what's up? Hey, Legal Vices was wondering last night, did they claim to find any shards of plastic in John's wounds? No, not at all. None. Zero. Nothing. You'd expect them to find something, right? I don't know if I'd expect them to find plastic in his wounds, but maybe in his clothes or something like that. I don't know. But the one thing to bear in mind is that they did find John O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight plastic. But they also found DNA from two unidentified other people. So you can't say, ooh, they got John O'Keefe's DNA on the back of his girlfriend's car, because there's two unknown people's DNA on the same piece of broken taillight. All right, looks like Judge is coming in.
Hear ye. All persons have
Ozzy Wombat in honor of Donald Sutherland and his role in Kelly's Heroes. Oh, what a great movie. One of my favorite movies, and Kiefer in 24 as well.
Give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the
Thank you,
Commonwealth of
Ozzy.
Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Oddball was a great character in Kelly's Heroes. Brian Miller, go look at Zillow at 34 Fairwood. Look at the picture 17. I believe his head hit the weight bench corner.
Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions.
All right. While she's asking those questions, we'll continue reading through these super chats so we don't get behind. Brian Miller, we just read that. Thank you very, very much. Jill Ams with the $2. A friend cracked 5 ribs coughing. Oh, that's when you're getting old. I wake up and sneeze and like pull muscles in my shoulder. Thank you, Jill. And Sonia Chris. I'm a paramedic, Jeff. Lots of other people's ribs. Oh, good or bad or good. You know.
Anything about this case that's left to you guys?
Thank you very much for the super chats, people.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's get on with it.
Bello, please.
Get back with the Portobello Road. Wasn't not Portobello. That's a road in My Fair Lady and a mushroom. Sonabella, I can't remember what her name is. Portobello Road. Dick Van Dyke is 98 years old.
I do.
524 people here. Welcome, everybody. Let's get at this thing. And let's bring up the, there we go. Done. She was 32. Lol. Ouch.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Tulali. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
She's like, good morning, Judge.
Dr. Portobello, if I can ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included in that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that something, is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information.
If I said again, you had a beautiful body, would you investigate it?
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any
Yes, it matters nothing, but
video from
the
the
corrections are
surrounding
coming in. I
areas?
saw a couple in
Did
chat, and
anybody
Clutch
come
took the time
forward
to
to say
text
that
me
they
to say
actually witnessed
it was
whatever
my mistake. It
happened?
wasn't my fair lady. It was Bed
And
Knobs and Broomstick.
again, by
So
the
you're
time
doing a McCoy
I
Easter Coram say
was
to you people.
ready to finalize the case, and
Nitpicking
we
mother
have
effers.
approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report. I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes
Your
on the death
response
certificate,
was?
and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence,
Wait, your
I
response
cannot
was, or your
determine
response
a manner.
would be?
May I approach?
Yes.
Now, he asked, were you coerced or pressured? He said no. He said, if you were, what would your reply have been? My reply was, should we read anything into that?
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes and next exhibits.
Ms. Little? No objection. Thank you.
Did he say what, if anything? Did I miss what, if anything? I think I missed one, what, if anything. Oh, by the way, mark what, if anything, off on your bingo card. Okay, so he has said it twice. I did miss one. All right, we are 5 what, if any's away from 2,000.
45, 649. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, may I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
right order.
We'll get to the like and subscribe poll. Hang tight. Come on, Lally, have your shit
May I
together.
approach again?
Yes.
Well, you've approached twice without saying
Your Honor,
anything.
with permission, may I publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday? on
These are the
photographs,
graphic
okay?
pictures.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there directly.
Yeah, I guess we're not going to get to see them.
What, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about?
Yes. So first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857. Now, Doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, Doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what kind of role did that play as far as your determination, as far as cause of death?
There's another what, if any, and marks on O'Keefe's.
These
on O'Keefe on your
are
bingo card.
superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or
That
the
guy
dorsal
is John
aspect
O'Keefe's
of
brother.
the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some
That looks like
contusions
IV.
or
That looks like IV
bruises.
there to me.
There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint
That's IV.
small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm absolutely sure. So you can say yours.
Gentlemen, if I could have a photograph 2865. And Dr. Scortibello, if you could, again, using the ways you pointed direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And Doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure.
Yeah.
My apologies, Doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Is it really? What do you think it
Ms.
probably?
Gilman, could I photograph 2877?
What, if any, focal?
Doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant.
Oh, there we go. Boom. We are 2 away.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Same, Dr. Scorbell, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct your jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe.
One more.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And Doctor, we get out the lights. Thanks.
That is true. She did her residency
Now-
and stuff in California.
Doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding under the scalp, is that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
Under the laceration.
So would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
She sounds like Laura Owens. If you're following that mess.
You testified yesterday about a blunt objects injury in relation to
Nervous
the
prosecutor cough.
injury
Mark
to the
that
back
up
of
in
the
here.
head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now that blunt objects, what if anything can you say about
2,000.
what
What
that
if
blunt object
anything? Congratulations, Lally.
Be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt objects possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection. Ask the question differently.
The
another nervous
injuries that
prosecutor
you
laugh.
observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection. Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the
Oh, I forgot. We were
speed
going to do a shot for that.
of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the
2001,
vehicle,
what if any
that
Odyssey?
strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did
He's
you have
nervous.
occasion
He
to
keeps doing
see
that
any
nervous
photographs, or
cough.
have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
Angels and
And
Bridger playing at home.
The size or shape of that vehicle, what if any significance did that have to you as far as your exam?
Cheers to Prosecutor
Oh.
Lally for exerting his best efforts to get to 2,000 what if
We
any such
have
questions.
a potential vehicle. Clearly, we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or
He has to be careful. about
people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority, we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher,
Profile.
I would say much
Profile.
higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes. Sustained.
Asked and answered.
With regards,
See, I'm wondering what cross-examination is going to be. He's never had this many of those little nervous
or what if
cough
any,
things he does when he knows he's
what if
in
anything you
trouble.
say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, that was asked and answered yesterday.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
Okay, that's basically what she said yesterday.
I have a moment, John.
Yes.
He's not very confident. And he knows he's running out of questions and cross-examinations coming up. He's doing a lot of those things he does when he gets really nervous.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor.
He asked all these questions yesterday.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, here goes the
Right,
cross-examination. Get it on.
Good morning, Dr. Spartibello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You
Ms. Little's
testified
doing
regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you've testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground.
Yes.
There's a dumbbell
Or a
for all those
German Shepherd's
basement gym
claws.
enthusiasts.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
Claws.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, He did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down, not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No,
No injuries to his back.
no,
No injuries to his hips.
correct,
No injuries to his pelvis.
correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no,
No injuries to his knees.
correct,
No injuries to his shins.
correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
That doesn't
Correct.
sound much
No
like
injuries
someone
to
who's
his
hit
feet.
by a
Correct.
SUV.
From the neck
Going
down, he did not
24
have a
miles an
single
hour.
broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
Did you
And
measure?
so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on
24
the
miles an
height
hour?
of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah,
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even
7,300.
at the height of the bumper, is that correct?
correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour
Yep.
and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it to.
Ask
Would you
one.
agree that
Yeah,
John
break it
O'Keefe's
down into
injuries
3 bad
are,
questions.
or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time,
What the
depending
fuck
on the
does that
position of
mean?
the body and the
It was
vehicle
likely and
in
unlikely
question.
at the same time.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
She's trying to
Maybe
get her to
a
open the door so they can
Sure.
bring in all of their biomechanic evidence. Good for her. That was close. She almost got him. As soon as she gets the doctor to answer a biomechanic related question, that's grounds for arguing that they've opened the door to allow both of the biomechanical experts to come in and talk about what happens to a human body that's hit by a 7,300-pound SUV at 24 miles an hour. And Markoff lawyer calls for sidebar on your bingo card. Where's lawyer calls for sidebar? Sidebar. Focal fry sidebar. Where the hell is it? It's a very limited number of boxes and I can't find it. There it is.
You are unmuted.
And Sonia or Chris in the computer said that was a lie. That was way back when.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries?
And yeah, those injuries
to
on his hand were
arm,
definitely
start
missed
there,
IV stick.
are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Break it on down.
Would you agree
Make a little love.
that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never Personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion
You're
on
seeing a
that.
game of chess here, people.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
You observed no significant bruising,
correct,
no fractures,
correct,
and no broken bones.
correct.
Now link it up to the vehicle
I'd like
and
to
the
talk
speed.
about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2, yes,
That's multiple.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
correct,
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
correct,
no matter how small.
correct,
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
correct.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
As I was saying, this is a chess game they're playing right here.
Show Mr. Lally.
Defense is trying to get her to make any mention of what would happen to a body that's hit by an SUV at 24 miles an hour. She's trying to avoid it. If she answers the question, it sets up a good argument
Do you
to open
recognize
the
that
door to the
photograph?
biomechanic
I do.
experts.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mark off Judge Size.
Are these the facial
Judge Mike's
injuries,
side, mark that off
you
on
were
everything.
testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Boom.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
Yep.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had 1 laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little
Yes.
bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
Mm.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
I'm saying you can Google it if
It
you
could,
want.
but not exactly like this.
These four
Well,
lines on the
typically
far
road
right
rash
are very common
Cover
in
sort of
dog
a
bite.
large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By
Okay.
a smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear tail light, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Oh no, that is absolutely not road rash. You're correct. Yeah, I can tell you very vividly what road rash looks like, and that ain't it.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lally. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next morning?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
All right, the lawyer's calling another sidebar there, people. A couple things I want to hear. So, Wouter Van Booten says, Legal Vices, so after having heard most of the state, what is your most plausible theory? I'm sticking by the theory I had before this started. I've seen nothing to cast any doubt on my view that they got in a fight. He got in a fight with somebody at the house. He took a punch to the head, falls backwards, hits his head, and they just chuck him out in the snow. You know, whether and at some point the dog was involved. You know, they said the dog wasn't friendly to strangers. Master and some stranger get involved in a fight. The dog steps in, munch, punch, hit. The head hits the dirt. You chuck him out in the snow. Something along those lines. And Livid Pigeon said, how did he get hit on the arm, then the back of the head, then the face, all in the same hit? I don't know if you're talking about being hit by a car. If you're being hit by a car, it would be that it spun him around through the air and smashed. Or if you're talking about a fist fight. the hit on the, we can't be talking about the fist fight because the hit on the arm, there's nothing about a fight involved there. That's totally involved with the dog. Let's see if I have time to do this. Now, remember those lines on the end of O'Keefe's arms, the 4 straight lines. I said those are very, very common in dog bite cases. I mean, this is just a random picture I pulled up. So you can see the same lines on this with the same 4 striations from the dog's teeth. That's a very, very common injury in dog bite cases. And I'm not even a dog bite expert. So let's bring this back up. All right. All right, here they come. They're coming back.
You are unmuted.
Thank you for unmuting me. Yep. I literally have scars on every limb of my body except for my left leg from riding. But that ain't road rash.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for identification, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred to being an exhibit.
Thank you.
But yes, you can publish. Is it all set to be published appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor.
The triple N for identification.
Okay.
Dr. Scordivello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
They're clearly IV marks.
During the course of
I've had enough IVs
your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
Wow.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
You got needle holes there,
Yes,
though.
that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together.
2 on the knuckles, 2 separate there.
But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, that is
In
strawberry
fact,
snoring.
You noted a laceration over
And
his
we're about
eye.
halfway to doggo camp.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose, yes.
And
Yes.
multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand,
Correct.
the injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay, while they're doing that, Lady Tammy has dropped the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. This is toward the Doggo Cam. And we're now just over the halfway mark to Doggo Cam. We're about $40 away, it looks like. Yes, I hold my dogs behind a paywall because I'm a horrible, horrible human being. No, I don't hold my dogs behind a paywall. It's just unlocking an achievement. It's my way of showing appreciation for you people. How many of these are actually legit objections? Well, it would help to know what the grounds for the objections were. It's really strange for me not to hear what the objections are. And I have my theories why the judge is allowing them to just say objection. Oh God. Well, Chad Morrill has just solved all of the world's problems.
You are unmuted.
Yes, I have microtransactions. Chad Morrill has just gifted 10 Legal Vices membership.
Shifting gears for a second.
If you got one of those,
indicated on
make sure
direct
you give Chad a
examination that
super
you
special
reviewed some
thing.
photographs,
And Aussie
from
Wombat
law
gifted
enforcement
5.
that
Thank
showed
you
no
so much.
footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house. The area of the fire hydrant and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
That's an interesting
It
question.
could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
Yep.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
If I can have one more.
Sure.
Susan Hazel got bingo somehow.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, Doggo Cam. Mark off Doggo Cam. And for those of you who don't know, this is one of my dogs, Strawberry. I don't want to say her
Your Honor,
name
if I
too
can have
loud.
permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Dr. Squirty-Bell, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
we have just one we are?
Yes. Yes.
All right, Lady Tammy with a $10 super chat said towards Doggo Cam, and then Chad Morrill gifted the 10 Legal Vices memberships, which that puts him well into the lead of the Vice Racks.
I'd like
of
to
the
show
day.
you what's been previously marked as
As a
People's
wombat.
Exhibit
And Nicolina says Doggo
648.
Cam cash. Thank you, Nicolina. Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Yeah. Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648.
Number.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2853. Thank you. Dr. Spriegel, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes,
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
yes.
What is that?
That is livor,
Lividity?
lividity. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Squaybell, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
We're asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
We said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct. Yes.
Now, as far as
Piece of plastic that
the
scratched him 940
abrasion near
times.
the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asking questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts for, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
Objection.
So I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be. Yes.
Steven Seagal in On Frozen Ground. Sorry.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also includes breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally, sustained.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and bleeding?
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
I think he just opened the door there to letting the biometric guy in.
My question is more.
He
geared
asked the
towards as far
question,
as
how do you
the
think this happened? Now they get to put on another
single
witness that
impact,
says to
the
rebut
back
her
of the
expert
skull
opinion.
And then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
Thank you. I know that.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
I'm an Okie? No, I'm from Utah on the top of the Rocky Mountains. I know all about frozen ground. All right, well, they're changing witnesses here. Massachusetts State Trooper Stingy, $2. Wait, glass scratched his arms and broke his face? Well, it depends on which witness you're listening to. The state has the problem of
All right, Mr. Lally.
not being
Thank you,
very
Your Honor. Call
coherent.
rest.
All right.
Commonwealth
So I'm
rested.
going to stop you right there. A short recess.
If the court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at sidebar.
That's it. The state has rested their case. The Commonwealth, sorry, they call themselves Commonwealth, their state. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has rested. That is the end of their case. Now what we're going to see, the jury's going to be excused for a while. When they come back from maybe they're going to take a break, maybe they're not. But the prosecution, now that they've rested, the defense is going to make a motion for a directed verdict. They're going to argue that even if you interpret all of this evidence in favor of the prosecution, there's still no way that you could come to a rational, reasonable conclusion that she intended to murder him, et cetera, et cetera. And they're going to argue that they should have a directed verdict and we should walk out of court today. Of course, the Commonwealth is going to argue the opposite, and the judge is going to say, motion denied, put on your case. That's what's going to happen. It's almost a ritual that lawyers have to go through. You have to make this motion for a directed verdict. It's damn near a requirement. I'm a little torn on this. Because, hey, mark off Ceiling Dion on your bingo cards, people.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a
Bye, dude. See you later. See you later, alligator. Here we go. So they're going to, I guess, take a little bit of a break here before they get into the motion for a directed verdict or whatever they call it in Massachusetts, which gives us time to catch up here. Jonathan Drennan says, how do we get from could it be possible to beyond a reasonable doubt? I feel like Lally is on a conspiracy theory podcast saying, think about it. Kind of what he's doing. That's not too far from what he's doing. I still have not seen any evidence that would cause me to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she intended to murder her boyfriend. And this is a second-degree murder. You have to show she had the intent to murder him. And I don't think they got anywhere close to that. Not even in the same dimension. But that's just me. Other people can have a difference of opinion. Taz with the $5. Thank you so much. Was there dirt/grass stains on his clothing? If you flew through the air, there would be. Well, they're saying they would argue that he landed on snow. So no, there's not. That's what they would be arguing. It was snowing and he landed on snow or something. I don't know. But that's where we are. What has gone before for the break here? It's been a fairly quiet morning. Where are we at here? There wasn't much new on direct examination. She just kind of went through the pictures and mentioned what was happening. She said there was blunt force impact. This is under cross-examination that although it was blunt force impact is a range of injuries. And blunt force from an injury from a blunt object is a large range of objects. It would include baseball bats, dumbbells, for those of you that are of the idea that he may have got smacked in the noggin by a dumbbell in the basement. And other, she listed a bunch of other objects. No significant injuries were found below the neck. She walked, and I thought it was a very smart thing to do. She didn't just leave it at there was no injuries below the neck. She walked her down. She walked the medical examiner down the entire body and got her to admit there was no injuries to the shoulder. There was no injuries other than CPR to the chest, to the torso, to the thighs, to the waist, to his back, to his shins, to his ankles. She just walked down the body, which was a smart thing to do. What? You want some scratches? All right. We'll renew Doggo Cam when Strawberry goes into viewing position again. She just came over here for some scratches. The defense lawyer got her to admit that the injuries could be consistent with being punched. In other words, you can't rule out that he was punched and sustained these injuries. That seems reasonable. That's a reasonable conclusion. So I think that's some reasonable doubt right there. And consistent with someone being dragged on the ground. So the scratches to the back of his head, if you were like dragging him across concrete or something. She said it could be consistent with that. Buddhaberry is saying, check your Twitter. I did. I don't think I can put those up here on Twitter. But Buddhaberry sent another picture of some dog bites to an arm that look pretty close to what we saw there on the stream, from the court. So yeah, thanks for that. I don't know if I can put that up here. YouTube being kind of a bitch lately about what can be shown. Don't want to push it. Lego Vice. I'm Lego Vice. Hey Daz. Lego Vice. Remember, there was not much snow on the ground, and snow moves under the weight of a body, especially when being thrown. I know, but I'm just saying what the prosecution would likely argue. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You're preaching to the choir. The what if any count is well over 2,000 at this point. Well over 2,000. We hit the 2,000 mark about an hour ago. So, Nicolino, what is his Twitter? My Twitter handle is The Legal Vices. The Legal Vices on Twitter. If you just put Legal Vices on Twitter, you get a SSBBW adult video porn and escort site from Las Vegas. So make sure you put the Legal Vices and not just Legal Vices, unless that's what you're looking for. Just in case you're wondering. Right. Well, we currently have 625 people here waiting for the court to come back from this short break they're taking before we make the motions for a directed verdict. And she says, sit the F down. Got 428 likes. It's like 200 of you haven't done your job. Dude, let's all take this opportunity to do the YouTubey stuff and get down there and smash that like button. If you haven't already done so, just do it. Let's get us up to 600 likes. That YouTube seems to like 600 is a good trigger for the algorithm to start putting us out in people's recommendations. So they go, hey, something cool is happening over there. Go check it out. And if you haven't subscribed, gosh, I would just be thrilled and tickled several shades of pink if you would do that. We've picked up a few subscribers. We've picked up 6 subscribers. We've got 77,105 subscribers now. We're getting towards, we're starting the journey to 78. And that's, of course, our target is 100,000 subscribers so we can get the big old play button back there. That hopefully that we can do that within the next year or two. That's the goal. Legal Vices, look up Gordon Ramsay's bicycle wreck bruise. Yeah, we showed that the day it happened as a contrast in what happens when you're involved in a non-life-threatening accident. So yeah, that's a pretty brutal bruise. Nicolina, welcome to the Clean and Sober crew. Nicolina has just joined, the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much for the support. Deeply, deeply appreciated. And as long as we're talking about members, Cherry Reed has been a member for 8 months. Where is all the blood from that head wound? In the solo cups, apparently. It's in 6 solo cups that melted. And again, the interesting thing I noticed about the blood from the injury is there was blood down the front of the hoodie, the gray hoodie. There was blood down the front. If you're laying on your back, physics applies. Even in Canton, Massachusetts, physics applies. If you are laying on your back, bleeding in the snow, and from a head wound, the blood is going to run down past your ears into the snow behind your head. It's not going to flow horizontally down the front of you. Just looking at that hoodie, I cannot come to any other conclusion than he was standing vertically whilst he was bleeding down the front of his shirt. Physics applies. There was no explanation as to how the blood got on the front of his shirt when he's supposed to be laying on his back in the snow. Huge hole in the prosecution's case. And I haven't seen anything to work around that. Les, how you doing? Member for 12 months, says was doing a crossword puzzle, and the answer to the clue was Lorax. It took me longer than I would like to admit to figure out why Lorax didn't fit. That's funny. And Massachusetts State Trooper Stingy, just because you got my name change, laughed. That was funny. Thanks. Appreciate that. Oh my God, I missed that. What are all these people on? Yeah, I'm sorry, but physics applies, and you've got to explain why physics doesn't apply if there's blood down the front of his hoodie and he's supposed to be laying on his back in the snow. Explain that. Not a word about it. Was there pooling blood in the snow? Apparently there was some in the snow because that's how they got they used their red Solo Cup evidence collection devices to put 6 different samples of blood from the snow in it. So apparently there was some blood in the snow, but of course there's no photographs of it. I mean, come on, Nicolina, you're asking a little bit much there. There are 0 photos of the crime scene. Figure that out. The death of a police officer, and there's not a single picture taken of the crime scene. Like the body, where the blood was, nothing. Yeah, that kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Island, you've been a member for 9 months. Thank you so much. Big E in the house. Island dropping the 9 months membership. I stayed up too late reading and slept in, so it's entirely my fault. Could I have a bingo review? Oh, yes. For those of you that have your bingo card and are wondering what's going on and how far we've gone, here's what you should have marked off on your bingo card. If you don't have a bingo card yet, go to the top of chat. There's a pinned link. This is generate your bingo card. Click on that link and then click on the generate card, and it will generate you a little Karen Reed murder trial bingo card. So you can follow along, pay a little closer attention to the testimony, and mark off things as they occur. So those of you that are playing at home, you should have your free space, obviously. What, if anything, Ceiling Dion. That's what we've named the ceiling fan, Ceiling Dion. Judge Mike sigh. She sighs into the microphone. Dog Cam. Strawberry's back. Sorry. Thank you for making me review that, because that made me review the dog's position. So let's once again add my co-host, Strawberry's butt. Got some dog butt there. So the Judge Mike sigh, the Dog Cam, lawyer calls for sidebar. And of course, she heard her name, so she's up. Lawyer calls for sidebar, marks on O'Keefe, and nervous prosecutor cough. That's what you should have marked off. Again, what, if anything, Ceiling Dion, Judge Mike sigh, Dog Cam, lawyer calls for sidebar, marks on O'Keefe, and nervous prosecutor cough. And let's get back to the chats here. I can't remember member for 7 months. Well, I hope you figure it out soon. And Blue Varo with the $10. My thoughts: John got to the house, was attacked by the dog. John fell backwards and struck his head, then was dragged outside. I'm okay with most of that, but that still doesn't explain how he got the laceration above his right eye. And I think there was punches thrown. And I got to stick with my theory that the dog's owner and a stranger get involved in some sort of altercation. The dog decides to join in. Guy hits his head. They go, "Oh shit!" He may still even have been conscious. He may have hit his head and got up and like, "Dude, get out of here, just go," and then left him out in the snow. And Linda Wambach with $2.79. The vomit down his hoodie also. Physics applies. Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex, where's your comment? I saw it a minute ago. This much wrong can't be incompetence and has to be malice. I think it's definitely, they got themselves into a bad situation and they had to cover their ass. And he was super drunk. Apparently they all were. Jonathan Irwin with the $2. Judge called sidebar at the end. Oh, you're correct. Yeah, mark off judge calls for sidebar. You are correct. Thank you so much. That's why we need to switch up this bingo card for the defense case. I've just become immune to so many things, especially the what if any's. I don't even hear them anymore. Where are we presently? I wake up to Ozzy starting his live stream, fall asleep, sleep again, and wake up here seeing the adorable Strawberry. Hey, what am I? Chopped liver. I'm kind of adorable in my own sort of rough and tumble kind of way. KO bang bang. Nice. I also have marked sort of, and witness asks. She didn't ask, can you rephrase that? They have to use that exact phrase. Can you rephrase that? She came close once to using the phrase, but she didn't. And I didn't hear the sort of. Somebody else mentioned that he said, what sort of, or something like that. I didn't hear it. So we'll send it to the jury here. Did anybody else hear sort of? Did anyone else hear Lally say sort of when he was talking? A little bit of a time buffer, so we're waiting to hear your verdict. And while we're doing that, we'll read Walter Van Putten. Walter Van Putten says, who's been a member for 7 months, by the way. Shall we from now on refer to the sidebar as a sidebar? That's, okay, sort of a million times. Yes, I heard sort of. It was early on. Well, in that case, mark off sort of, and I got bingo, bitches. I got bingo. So let's see how many more bingos I can get today. I struggle listening to Lally. Well, you don't have to hear much from Lally for the next week. The defense estimates that they're going to take 4 to 5 days for their case. And then it'll go to the closing arguments and then go to the jury. China Tour says, "Where is Yoda?" Yoda is sleeping on the sofa. Yoda's kind of an odd dog. For those who don't know, Yoda is Strawberry's brother. Yoda kind of goes to sleep at 10 o'clock p.m. It's 11:20 p.m. here in Korea right now. Yoda's like a clock. Just if Strawberry doesn't sleep as long as somebody else in the house is moving. But Yoda is like an alarm. When Yoda just falls sideways onto the ground, it's about 10 o'clock. But I took them to the office today, so they didn't get their normal 20-hour nap. So I took them to the office, and Yoda was extra tired. So Yoda just, as soon as I got home from work about 5 hours ago, Yoda just, where are you going, Straubs? Where are you going? Right behind the chair. All right. So about 5 hours ago when I got home from work, Yoda just climbed straight up on the sofa and hasn't moved. So yeah, Yoda's asleep on the sofa. May come back in at some point if he wakes up later. Brian Miller, plow driver, is the first defense witness. Okay. Is he first on the list or is he the first witness? I don't know. I don't know how you know he's the first witness unless you got some inside info, which would be dang cool if you did. Maybe he is. I don't know. That's cool. The snowplow driver that nobody on the prosecution team decided to talk to. Nobody interviewed him, and he's pretty adamant there was no body on the front lawn of a street he drove down at 2:30 in the morning. The judge didn't cut off the defense. Let's see. Wow. How are we doing over here? We're about $25 away from unlocking the next level of achievement, which is a shot of really mediocre to poor Korean whiskey. Yeah. So better get that ready in case. All right. So the court is going to have a full day of hearings today. I'll cover it up to the lunch break. And then on the lunch break, I'm going to be going on over to Eric Hunley's channel for Friday Law News, or Law News Friday, he calls it. I'll join that for a bit. And then I'm going to catch some sleep. And at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will be starting my monthly F It Friday stream where we say F it and we just grift for super chats. It's an unabashed just griftathon. It's my boozy griftathon. It's a boozapalooza where I just try to liberate as much money from you guys as possible. Every $100 that comes in, I do a shot of a very, very nice whiskey. This month is a bourbon from Woodford Reserve. It's the Korea edition. You can see there at the bottom, it's the Korea edition, which is kind of normal, regular Woodford Reserve, but a group of bottle shops in Korea got together, pooled their money, and bought a couple of barrels and bottled it and charged a ridiculous amount of money for it. It's a 45.2% alcohol, so it's a higher proof. This is what we'll be drinking. Every $100 that comes in, we'll take a shot of that, and every donation of $50 or more, that triggers the breathalyzer test, just for a giggle. And we have a huge panel of guests. A lot of internet lawyers, a lot of YouTube lawyers will be there to join us for that. Let me give you the rundown of who is there, who will be joining me at 8 p.m. Eastern for the stream. The F It Friday stream will be visited by Nate the Lawyer, Andrea Burkhart, Runkle of the Bailey, Ozzy Overlord, Danny on Direct, Law of Self-Defense Andrew Branca, Potentially Criminal Sean, Flux, Lady Law 579, Nick Starro, Megan Fox, MG Law, Moxie Dame Jess, Dave Neal, Ari Jacob, Kaiser Pineapple, Broken Baker, and Max Mura and Lincoln Kane. That's the lineup that'll be joining me. We go from 8 p.m. Eastern until my liver quits or you quit, one of the two. So that'll be fun. We have so much fun with those. It's just kind of off the hook craziness and silliness. We just do it once a month. Let's see. I guess that takes Light Rain. After Nick, dollars for shots. That's gross. We've been doing it for 2 years. I'm not responsible for other people's actions. What other people do is not what I do. It's a thing. Doesn't hold the world hostage because someone fucks up. Sorry. Not taking responsibility for other people's actions myself. It's what we do. It's what we've always done. And it's what we're always going to do. Let's see. I had bingo yesterday. I haven't had bingo. This is my first bingo I've had, I think, in 3 court days. Yeah, it's been at least 3 court days since I've had bingo. Let's see. What do we got going? You know what? I'm going to send out an invite for a guest here. Let me do this real quick. Oh, the judge is coming back, so good timing. Let's take her off mute. Unmute the judge.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, yesterday you told me you would like 10 minutes for your argument. I'll hear you now.
She's already.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No way that this motion is getting.
Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. as put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick. It's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
I'll submit.
That was, are you done yet?
We have a written motion for the court to act on pursuant to that argument.
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
My apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, the one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the correct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it.
Mark off body on front lawn and broken tail.
January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the
so there were
remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Mixlear, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching with that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as what heard from Ms. Chart from Voting Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian
Would you
witnesses.
say I had a
from
plethora
that
of
particular night.
testimony?
The evidence of motive from the text communications,
Yes.
as well as the testimony of the
You have
children
a
in this
plethora
case,
of
as to the
testimony.
state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that day. There are arguments that continued throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Famati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Mr. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the
no mention of Trooper Proctor?
GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony,
You mean in a straight line around a curve, right?
the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all three indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay.
Of course she's going to deny it.
In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, here we go with the defense case. And by the way, granting those motions for directed verdict, it's unicorns. You almost never see it happen, so it's not a big deal that it was denied. I think there's only been like one case on all of maybe two in law and crime and court TV history that we've seen it granted. All right, let's get it on. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Who's the first witness? Will it be the snowplow guy? Will it be Mr. Plow? That's just mean. Funny, but mean. Oh yeah, you absolutely have to make the attempt. I mean, it's almost to the point where it would be ineffective assistance of counsel. It would be grounds for that if you didn't make the motion for a directed verdict. It's something that the defense lawyers just have to do, whether there's a prayer or not. Been there, done that. Feeling neglected. Can you highlight his message, the pussy frog? Yep, no problem. Want to see Ghoul McCabe again? Oh yes, and if you don't like the super chats, we've got Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Zelle. We've got all the links down there. Hey, where are you going, pig? Whew. Oh, somebody has broken a glass and committed murder.
Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Giannetti, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Law.
Okay.
Mr. Plow.
He is. I just stepped on him. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Great. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from, sir?
Mr. Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic.
I can't help it. Where do you live? In a van down by the river.
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
He
Yes.
lives in a van down by the river.
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that
All of them.
were familiar
Every
with?
goddamn one
I
of
was
them.
familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert, Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert is the sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes,
Graduated at the same time.
correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right.
We're
So
going to
you're
give him a
friendly with the
heavy
Albert
Boston
family.
accent.
Correct.
Mark off heavy Boston
Now,
accent on your bingo
Back
card.
in January of 2022, where were
Great
you
minds
working?
think alike.
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
Oh, let me
And
see.
under what heading is that? The
It's
water.
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works.
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was
Island has just sent
We had been
$5
given
by
a
Cash
start
App.
time.
All
The
right, when you
very
say you've
first
been
time
given a
anyone has
start
ever
time,
sent
what does that
anything
mean?
to this brand
It
new
means
phone
that
from
we're
the US.
expected to be
Thank
in
you, Island.
our trucks at a certain time
I'm
on our
happy.
route.
And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW,
And who was that at the time?
William
Testing the
Walsh.
system and making you do math.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right, and your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes.
Feed
It was a truck
my
that was very
Franken truck.
uncomfortable at the beginning to use. So they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes. It's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
I'll be right
When
back.
you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the?
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a a real long distance. The visibility is fine. It is extremely, if you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Frankentruck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
6:51.
Thank you.
And can I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you?
Oops.
Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him?
I wasn't draining the main vein. I was getting an ashtray for my pipe.
Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And again, super special thanks to Zenothium 15 for the $5.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it
continue
in
to
terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay. If we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said you can't see it.
Right. No, I know, but the jury can. So I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with
I like
the
this guy.
Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Can I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Loughran, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me. In front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And
He's
what
not
were you
wrong.
able to see of the front lawn?
He's not
of the
wrong.
Albert
His headlights
residence
are in fact
that
pointed
very first
forward.
time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And
I love
about
this
what
guy.
time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost
Little
to the
Cartesian
front
logic here.
steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
On the one.
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when
I like how he's looking for pedestrian and God forbid the animals. Like animals are more important than humans to
as you
him.
pass
Good
every
man.
home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound
Sergeant
man
Schultz
lying
sees
in
nothing.
the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speculation.
Okay. Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman
Schultz.
Street.
We have the previous exhibit, put back up with the court's permission.
Sure.
Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Oh. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a
That
left
sounds
or a
painful.
right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a 3-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection, again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and if it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting
When
to
snowplow drivers are
accumulate
very
a lot
aware of who
quicker than what
parks
it
cars
was
in their path.
previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction?
Yeah, in
that you were
Utah,
traveling?
Yes,
they just dump all the
And so
snow
you're
on
going
top of your
around to the
car. They
left
just
or the
plow
right of
your
the
ass
vehicle?
in.
left.
Hey, phrasing.
Phrasing.
And Once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle, but the lawn side?
Yes.
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
No.
Lights were still on.
Correct.
All right. Now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right. Where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process. Take a left on this Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you as you were coming down Fairview towards Cedar Crest?
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview.
Okay.
And came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming
Mark
back
first
down,
responder
the
off on your
road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022.
It usually takes me about 15 minutes.
We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
Interesting. Wonder what she's calling the sidebar for. But I like this witness. He's a good guy. And you can see him actually really seriously considering the answers and doing his best to tell the truth. It's a breath of fresh air. Mr. Plow is a great witness. What was the box we just got? What was the box we just got? First responder. So I guess we can oh, and corners as well. Ooh, isn't Rhonda Crump better than us? For those of you playing with the bingo card, you should have sort of what, if any, body on front lawn, ceiling Dion, judge calls for sidebar, dog cam, heavy Boston accent, Judge Mike sigh, lawyer calls for sidebar, broken tail light, marks on O'Keefe, first responder, and nervous prosecutor. Cough.
You are unmuted.
Just a couple questions, Mr. Loughlin.
Sure.
At any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
Rhonda Crum, happy birthday.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Lally, how are you going to treat this witness?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Is he going to be super hyper aggressive? Is he going to treat him with kid gloves? What's he going to
Sir,
do?
I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that, look up whenever you're finished, okay?
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the sort of portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the WL line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, You were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking about?
Yes,
Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes,
And how, are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No,
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
correct.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Place, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was Ford Edge.
You remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle?
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. A Jeep Cherokee are more square.
So suck it, Lally.
What color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it? Or you can't tell at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
Sure, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No,
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
You've seen police reports in the media.
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Lally, you're coming off as a
Sort
dick.
of what you've heard or saw on the news. So this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in? And when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I
What
don't
did he say?
remember that.
Asked and answered, bitch.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, go away, mosquito.
Show counsel. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to read, join to a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just report them, right?
Yes, this is the report taken by Proctor.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed, as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
so you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, suck it, Lally.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3
Good
or
point,
3:30
small
in the
bear
morning.
X.
If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV
No
in
objection
front of
again.
the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April.
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
About what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
You don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Lally, you're looking bad. You've just impeached Proctor more. Now everybody's going to be going, yeah, that's another feather in the Proctor sucks hat. He's lying about this guy's report in addition to saying all these horrible things about her. Not good.
May we approach, Ron?
Okay.
Again, good guy. Good. He seems to be honest. He he has very, very specific memories of things. And then Lolly's not tripping him up at all. And Trooper Proctor was the proctor that was the trooper that interviewed him more than a year after the incident. And I'm buying his story that he didn't tell Proctor those things. We already know Proctor's a douche cannon because of the way he treated her, the way he was saying horrific things about her and doing these. The jury's gonna go. If I was on the jury, I'd be thinking, yep, that's just another notch in the Trooper Proctor is an asshole poll. This guy, he probably runs his entire life on a very, very sharp clock. He knows when he went in. He knows what time he went on his route. He knows what time he finishes. He knows where he should be at what times. Yeah, I don't think you're going to trip him up. Yes, Corey, he just misjudged the girth of his plow. And happens to the best of us. Proctor, Tully, and Paul are all lying sacks of crap, says Aussie Just Jen. And Squizgar 2322 with a $2 super chat. Are you experienced in plowing? Ask your mom. Nice. Good, nice mom blast. And Squizgar with 5 more dollaros. I'm the same way with recognizing cars, and it baffles my non-car guys. About how cars look like. See, there's a few I can pick. Like Dodge Challenger has a very specific look to their taillights. I can pick out things like that, but otherwise, I'm kind of useless. What's going on at sidebar? I was wonder so much what's going on in the sidebar, but yeah, Proctor's looking worse and worse. Lally's looking like a tool bag for coming at him this way. If I was Lally, I would try to shut this down as soon as possible.
You are unmuted.
You're unmuted, Lally. Say something.
Sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. United?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday. When, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down, or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night. Is that correct? Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Argumentative.
Sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop. Is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
Right, anything, Ms. Giannetti?
There's just one question I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview and your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At
That's
any point that night while you were
clarifying.
plowing,
No,
you see a black Lexus in front of 34th Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
That's clarifying that.
Very briefly. Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You're on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. With some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
it was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when I,
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may, or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
correct,
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is, you testified, your timeline, that you
Yep.
came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
At 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30, then 3 hours later, it's 6,
It was
correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview.
And is he talking about Fairview Road,
5,
the
10 minutes
beginning,
around
the
Fairview.
end of Fairview,
So
or in front
the
of the
furthest
Albert
street
House?
from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, sir, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lockren, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy.
I'm going to move and ask Dr. Marie Russell to join us.
Okay.
Marie Russell, Dr. Meemaw taking the stand. Dr. Meemaw is our next witness. This should be good. Go ahead. Try to match wits with Dr. Meemaw, Lally. You're going to get your damn lunch handed to you. Dr. Marie Russell. Meemaw, Meemaw, Meemaw. Yeah, so Dr. Meemaw's going to have none of his shit, right? Oh, see, notice how yesterday when they were going through all the dull stuff from Lally, there was only 2 journalists up there. Now all of the journalist seats are filled because they're going to watch Meemaw here on the stand.
You solemnly swear to the evidence the court and during the case now and hearing true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Thank you. Take the stand.
Get her, Grandma.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
And
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
there's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education training and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer. And so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away. And I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time. and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes,
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
did. Doctor,
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in
First
emergency medicine,
She's-
and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become at some point a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others.
correct.
Meaning other doctors,
Other doctors, yes.
teaching other doctors. Yes. And teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examined the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. That involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies such as LA Sheriff's, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California,
I really wish there was a way
there is
that they would all agree to
license in
stipulate
California.
to
Yes.
some of
There
this
is a state
background
medical board
information
in
so we can
California,
just
correct?
read through it,
Yes.
rather than
And did you
eliciting
work
all of
with
this
that state medical
testimony
board?
to show that she knows what
Yes,
she's
I
talking
worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
Gee, I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive. I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an ER, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position?
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously, the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him.
Well, let's get to those opinions.
In the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed, let's see, I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, approach away. Paul Farrell with the $5. I wonder if the judge feels lesser when next to what appears to be a woman of similar age that has done so much more. Well, I don't think she should feel lesser. Saddle up Vicky Sue with the $5. If cops would have been truthful about it, would they have been charged? And if so, what? I don't understand how this is even being tried. I don't understand how. Well, I understand because of the grand jury, but I don't think this case ever should have been prosecuted. There's just an utter lack of evidence. And she's back and in black this time. And we've got past the second achievement, which is a shot of Korean whiskey, Korean Giwon, the first all-Korean barley distilled, aged, bottled, and sold whiskey. It's not great at all. That's why we do it. We're just trying to finish off the bottle. So that's the second achievement. The shot of that. Yay. Ugh, this is not good. Hey, Ceiling Dion. Long time no see. Oof, I don't like it. This is bad. Oh, God. Ugh. Thanks for all the support. Ugh. I need to go get some water. That is really, really not good whiskey. We shouldn't be on break. We've had our break, and they haven't came and talked to us about class action lawsuits for on law and crime yet. So I think it's just breaking up the sidebar here. Are you familiar with Celine Dion's medical diagnosis? I know what it is. I'm not like really up on all the intricacies of the disease, but it sounds really shitty. The was it stiff person syndrome? I believe it's called. It sounds really horrific. Is it worse than Lafroig 10? Well, they don't have.
Hey there, Karen.
There we go.
Trial watchers. This is another law and crime legal alert.
Is it really?
Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking
Ozempic? No, come on, go away. Yeah, no, Lafroig 10 is awesome. Shame on you. Curb your tongue, Knave. Lafroig makes some fantastic scotch. All right, please. Just now, I have a lot of respect for all the mods in this channel. Come on, mods are doing great. We don't over mod here. Let people be shouty. People, I mean, as long as it's not going to get me deplatformed, we let people have differences of opinions. We let people be a little trolly. It's better than being heavy-handed and driving people off that way. And by and large, most people are very well behaved, and people know where the line is. So we don't really have a need for heavy-handed modding. Thank you so much. I am the princess who's been a member for 9 months. Been floating through with free memberships for 9 months. I want to thank the generosity of the chat and Jeff for streaming these trials. Well, thank you very much, and appreciate you being here. So this is one of the things. I mean, I live in South Korea. It's 1 o'clock in the morning now. It's when they start getting into these boring, extended world building background. Let's talk about everything they've ever done. That's when I start to get a little bit sleepy and fade out a little bit. So, I really do wish there was a way they could get through it quicker. But this is how it's done. So, Xterra Bill, are you here? What's up, brother? Hey, there you are. Xterra Bill's always well behaved. And for those of you that don't know, the music, you may all have. I'm sure most of you have seen the when we're not doing the trial, we have the grounds intro. The where is it here? Just we'll give you a couple second taste of it for those of you that don't know. Where the hell did I put it? It's been so long since we've had to use it because we've been doing this trial forever. What the hell? Did I delete it on accident? That would suck. Oh my God. I have to go back and re-episode. Here it is. This is the grounds video. Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence. No basis for it. The judge specifically. Anyway, that Xterra Bill, he was the one that made that remix. He made the audio remix for that. So yeah, that's the video is my video editor dude's work, but the remix, the audio, that's a creation of Xterra Bill here. So those of you that like the grounds intro that we use when we're not in trial, that's a Xterra Bill. That's his handiwork. So let's get back to what we've got here. Marie Russell, she's qualified. She's uber qualified. She's had 2 complete careers before a lot of you were born. And then she's got a double residency. She's taught. God, she's ready to go. So I think we need to get through her world building. I think we're done with the world building, and we're going to start getting into the testimony now. How much we're going to get through before lunch? Lunch starts in the next hour, so I'm going to cover this up to lunch, and then at the lunch we'll cut it off, and then we'll do an update over the weekend. So I got about an hour left here on the stream. We'll see how much they get through. I wonder if Lally's crying, but Your Honor, she'll destroy my case. Probably. I miss Grounds. It's my very favorite. Well, once we get done with the trial, we'll do it. No worries. We'll go back into the normal rotation where it belongs. I think on Tuesday she said she didn't look at the dog bite reports. No, she looked at them. Aren't they at lunch now? I don't think so. I don't think so. Now you got me worried. Now I got to go back. Hang on. So that's going back to the very beginning. We don't need that. Now you've got me worried that I missed something, which would not be too surprising. Here we go. Let's go back a little bit.
Autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan.
It can't be lunch.
I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Action, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we approached, and that was like the last thing. And then we just panned up and we're sitting here. So the jury's been excused for something. I think they're arguing about a review of the town dog bite reports. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. She said during her voir dire she did not review those. I thought she said she did review them. Huh. Oh, well. That's the same thing about juries. We hear different things. Okay, so other people are saying she hadn't seen any dog bite reports. See, now she did review the. See, we're about 50-50 here. I thought she said she did. Other people say she said she didn't review them. We don't need no stinking sidebars. We can argue about whether she said it or not here. Albert Dog had 2 human bites. Yeah, they were apparently both after this incident, which is why they rehomed Chloe to a place in Vermont. Yeah, we kind of all sort of know what that means. The outlook for Chloe is not good. All right, here's another one for no. Lally specifically asked her, and she said no, she hadn't seen them. So there you go. Oh, speaking of doggos, Strawberry has worked her way back in here again. Zoom back in on her. There you go. Hi, Straubs. All right. Otto is correct. Okay. What does Otto say? My name is Otto. I like to get blotto. Otto says, rip Chloe. Oh, yeah. I thought it was dealing with this argument of whether or not she said it. Oh, yeah. I don't think Chloe is of this world anymore myself either. I think rehome to Vermont means encased in concrete in the family's pool. That's kind of what I think it means. Jill, good night. It's awfully darn late for you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support. Have a great sleep. Yeah, Chloe's having a permanent dirt nap. You may be right. Are we at lunch? No, we're not at lunch. We're at just a random sudden sidebar, apparently dealing with her, whether or not the expert reviewed dog bite reports for Canton. There's a Simpsons quote I never expected. Oh yeah, let's do this little grifty thing while we're waiting here and have nothing else really to talk about. 557 people here and 550 likes. That's pretty good, but I'm sure most of you have already turned over. So let's get 50 more likes so that we can hit at least 600 likes. That would be super awesome. And subscribe if you haven't already done so. We've already picked up a number of subscribers today as we inch closer to the next achievement, which is 78,000. We're really far away from that right now. We are currently at 77,105. We're 95 away from 77,200. Just if you haven't done anything to subscribe, just please do. If you have subscribed, double check to make sure that you have. That's kind of a little grifty thing there. And again, they're going to go a full day today, but we're just going to do we're going to go up to the lunch break, and then we'll do a review either before the hearing starts on Monday. I have a business dinner on Monday, so I probably won't have time. I'll probably be cutting it really close coming back Monday night. So sometime over the weekend, we'll do a review maybe. Then we'll get back to the regular trial. It's supposed to wrap up by the end of next week. The chances are we will have a verdict by this time next week. The prosecution is rested. The defense is starting their case. They figure they need 4 or 5, maybe 5 days to do it. Then you have a morning session or a morning or an afternoon session of closing arguments. Turn it over to the jury and wait for them to come back. So that's where we are. And then the Alec Baldwin trial starts on July 9th, I want to say. What's the Monday? July 8th. The Alec Baldwin trial will start on July 8th, and we'll be covering that as well. So we got 2 trials, and then after that, nothing for a long time. I will be taking a long break from trial, and we'll get back to our normal things. Maritime Monday, retro trial Thursdays. We'll get back to normal stuff. What are you doing, Straubs? Bernice Conklin says, I'll be watching that trial. I hope you'll be watching that trial right here with me. That's what I hope you're doing. Lally's having a soy boy meltdown. Oh, so a soy milk meltdown. Same thing. Yeah. Baldwin's going to be a circus? Probably. What do you think, Strawberry? Okay, we're back. It sounds like we've got some noise in the courtroom. Is the camera coming back on? Heard about a cargo ship that was seized in Busan. Yeah, every now and then a ship that would, like a Russian ship that sails between Russia and China will get seized under suspicion of illegal trade with North Korea. Yeah, it was the other day.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
That was a long objection.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed and coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm,
Yes.
or his right arm. Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation?
Mean to me, Ma.
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below, some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So sustain. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes, and in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries, the type of injury depends in part, on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
He needs more than one word to explain what's going on here. So, give him his approach. This should be a quick sidebar, I hope. Just kind of chill here for a bit. Hurry back, peeps. I need to get me a drink of water here. Well, Hallie doesn't even know why he's objected. He just wants Bev to bail his ass out. Yeah. Your Honor, she's decimating my case. This is devastating to my case, Lally, probably. Putting crispy duck in the oven. I'll be having some smoked duck for breakfast. Okay, so maybe it's not going to be a short sidebar, but she's just starting to get into the details of her testimony and leaving the extraneous stuff behind. But dang it, let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's get it over with. We've been waiting. Lally has become the trope of bad DA work. He's now on Binger level. I think he's worse than Binger.
You are unmuted.
Yum.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
okay.
does this appear as a pattern of injuries that you see
I'll be
appear
back in a couple
consistent
minutes.
with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
You are unmuted.
Did you?
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies.
I'm back. I'm just
Now,
off camera
when was
while I
it that
munch
you
on some bread.
first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
How's that
Yes,
taste,
both, I
Lally?
think.
How does the nitpicking
And
taste?
when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed. Yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some.
I'm not asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time. Yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May.
May of 2024?
Yes,
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
it was either a 6-month subscription or a year. I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that. Yes,
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
yes.
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
No,
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
no, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the
Sir.
last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustain to that point.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
So there.
And did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at,
Objection.
Sustained.
John, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Is that the best you got, Lally? Come on, you're going to need more than that to discredit her. Can we check off aggressive cross? Well, there is no bingo card space for aggressive cross. I would hope all crosses are aggressive. I like aggressive cross examinations. Yeah, Lally's floundering. He is trying to find something, anything, but he's coming up with zilch. You didn't mention these reports. Yeah, because I hadn't read them yet. Now I have. Shut up. You didn't write a report. Nope, because I wasn't asked to. Sit down, biatch. I mean, she's as I said, she's not going to take any of his shit. And her explanation, and even Plow Guy's explanations, were way better than the prosecution's witnesses' explanations about about their misstatements or discrepancies in their testimony. So, yeah, Lally's looking worse than ever. Lally's going to start producing snot bubbles soon. Okay. All right. I don't know why that's funny, but it is. She's only there to testify about dog bites, not anything else. Correct. Because her testimony was limited, and the defense agreed to limit it to only the animal bite section. If she had a wooden spoon, she would have thrown it at Lally by now. I think it's interesting that, all of everything that Lally seemed to hate about cross-examination, it's now coming back at him, and he's not responding well. Lally's grabbing at straws that don't exist. At this point, what does Lally throw up his hands and say, okay, I guess we messed up? Yeah, they kind of got to go through it. Perry Mason or Ironside? Perry Mason. Definitely Perry Mason. But old Ironside, that was a good old show. Old Ironside.
You are unmuted.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
You just had a moment. What the hell? And like I mentioned before, she doesn't have resting bitch face. She has resting I dare you to try to fuck with me face. And she's I dare you to even try with me face.
Now, doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
You motherfucker. Yeah, she's pissed. So he's like, are you aware of this report? She's like, well, I need a little more information to go on. But I think she knows what that report is. I think she knows what that report is. I think it might not be good for her. Maybe not good for her personally, even. But now, because as soon as he tried to clarify what report he was talking about, the objection came and the judge called them over. So this is interesting.
You are unmuted.
Let's see if he changes the subject or presses on.
So ma'am, you're not familiar with that report?
Okay, he's pressing on.
Specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that is not from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning of the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report, are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it also, talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
But what specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer.
Judge is
One
getting
question
pissed.
at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you
Canine dog
published or
bites.
authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you
Well,
about
she's
that.
telling
what
you about
type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? Did you
Yes.
skew the population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking
Only-
if it's normal, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for
Define
an answer.
normal, Lally. What do you mean by normal? Is it
So
normal?
ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your
Judge is
observations,
getting
you
downright
looked
pissed
at
with
various
Lally too.
photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No,
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing on
scratch.
his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? What kind of examination?
Any
Phone?
of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior,
Interior? That's correct.
and nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm,
That is correct.
and nothing on his legs,
That's correct.
nothing on his torso,
Correct.
nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but, okay.
Oh, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
Let's wrap it up, Lally.
So is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking is.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
There you go. Shut up, Lally.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin. And from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No.
But you did anyway?
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
It's questionable.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jurors, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark, doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attended to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in
This
your,
explanation.
did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speculation. That's very speculative. Lack of foundation, et cetera, et cetera. But he
You've
got the
reviewed,
question
at
in.
least
That's the
a
important.
report, if not a series of reports that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes,
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes,
Can you finish that answer for us?
yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor,
If
having
only
seen
we
up to
knew,
1,000
Joey. If only we knew.
bite and claw marks on the human
If only
body,
we knew, Joe.
and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and the consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
All right. Another approach. Coming down to the lunch wire here. This has been a feisty cross-examination and redirect. We're getting we're getting our money's worth here today. Huh. Let's see where this goes. I'm curious. See how much more feisty this is going to get. Lally's coming across again very badly. The know-nothing bully. All right, people. That's John O'Keefe's mother. All right. Well, we have dead air. Why was that not enough to open the ER door? I think it's borderline. I said, yeah, just it depends. I guess it depends what they want to testify about the ER. About the other aspects of the injuries. I don't know. And also, I mean, they agreed to the limitation, so that.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
You are unmuted.
Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
No, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set. Okay,
All
thank you.
right, perfect place to break for lunch. Please.
All right, jurors, we will take our.
That's what lunch. I like how she goes at luncheon, like it's some fancy schmancy thing. A luncheon. All right, Chad. So, what did you think? Was Dr. Mima? Was she credible? How credible did you find her? Put your comments here in chat. Enough of my opinions. I thought she was incredibly good in her testimony. I thought she was incredibly credible. Does that make sense? Incredibly credible. I thought she was very credible.
I just want to know who you have this afternoon.
Just briefly, please, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Great success, of course. You say not very credible. Extremely credible. She's a legend. Very.
You are muted.
The lack of dog DNA might be bad, but like she said,
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is another.
He was wearing the hoodie, you know. And who knows? They only took two swabs from the. You know, if they took a swab from a claw mark, it could be that there was no DNA transferred to that particular claw mark. They only took two swabs from that entire area. So what about other wounds? Maybe the other wounds would have had canine DNA on them. You know, I just don't think. I mean, only taking two swabs is crazy to me. Tourette's Majestic has a new theory for the $8 Aussie monies. New theory, drunk O'Keefe got too close to a pig's ear chew toy and the other dog attacked and a fight broke out that got out of hand. Thoughts? It's possible. I don't know. I just don't know. But, you know, hey, it could be reasonable. And if that's a reasonable explanation, you have to find not guilty because it's a doubt that's reasonable. You have a reasonable alternative theory to what happened. Let's see. What I'm going to do is when I shut this down, I'm going to be joining Eric Hunley on the Friday Night Law stream he does. So I'm just setting this up to redirect us there. So you can watch that during the lunch break and then go back to watching the trial thereafter. Let me see here. Got to go to studio. Not my data. I don't care about my data. I'm going to go to the studio. Bear with me here just a second, guys. YouTube studio. I just want to get this set up now so I don't forget and not send you anywhere. Content. Live. This stream. And customization. Add to Legal Friday. There we go. Good. We're locked and loaded here. So let's take care of these last little bits of information and things. So again, it sounds like it could be a reasonable explanation to me. You know. Anyway, I thought she was a great witness. They got everything out of her they needed to get. She didn't put up with Lally's shit. when she was contradicting him, when she was fighting and arguing back with Lally, she was very coherent, and they were very reasonable explanations. So there you go. That brings the morning session. We had Mr. Plow, and then we had Dr. Mima on, two great solid witnesses. And we'll check out I'll do a review of the afternoon session sometime during the weekend. But what we got to do here, I want to tell you a little bit about what's coming up, and then we'll send you off in a wonderful fashion here. Coming up, what time is it? It's 2 a.m. So 7 hours from now, we will be beginning my Fuck It Friday stream, where we just say fuck it. We just have a grifty griftathon. We do good. We just kind of sit back. We have a great big panel of guests. We talk about whatever. We're going to be talking about Baldwin. We're going to be talking about Karen Reed, Clayton Eckert, maybe some Chad Daybell. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. And then we sort of just kind of throw the gates open and have fun and shenanigans. At least we always plan to do things, but plans go awry pretty quickly on the F at Friday. The whole deal is it's a big griftathon where I just grift for as much as we can get out of you on one day of the month with some fun shenanigans, so that we don't have to do it every day. We don't have to just constantly beg for money. But every $100 that comes in, we do a shot of whiskey. We're going to be doing a shot of Woodford Reserve's Korea edition. Should be good. It should be good. I'll find out tomorrow. And every donation of $50 or more that comes in, that triggers a breathalyzer test, just so we can check the BAC. And as I said, we have a great panel of guests. Let me just one last time run through the guest list with you. The guest list, as constituted, is where are we? Here's my list. All right. Nate the Lawyer, Andrea Burkhart, Runkle of the Bailey, Ozzy Overlord, Danny on Direct, Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca, Potentially Criminal, Sean, Flux, Lady Law 579, Nick Starro, Megan Fox, who may be actually phoning in from a Carrie Underwood concert at that point in time. Dave Neal will be joining us. Ari Jacob, Kaiser Pineapple, Broken Baker, Max Mura, and Lincoln Kane. There we go. That whiskey bottle looks expensive. Woodford Reserve isn't normally expensive, but because it says Korea edition, this was a little pricey. All right, so that's what happens on F Friday, and then on Saturday night, U.S. time, scheduled to be on with Flux and Danny on Direct on Danny on Direct's channel, where we're going to do an unexplained stream about haunted items, haunted and cursed items, and then we'll be back for more of this on Monday. I'm also got to try to squeeze in a members only stream over the weekend. It's going to be a streaming heavy weekend for me. So take that for what it's worth. I hope we'll see you back here in 7 hours for the F at Friday stream. Start emptying out your piggy banks. Get your super chatting and Venmo and PayPal and Cash App phone, thumbs ready to go, and we'll see what happens. It should be fun, and it's all in good fun. It's a fun griftathon. But all right, everybody, mods, thank you so much for being here. It was pretty awesome to have you guys here doing your super moddy best. As always, I appreciate it. Yes, we mentioned you, Moxie Dame. I think we did. I'm sure we did. Didn't we mention you right after Dave Neal, Ari Jacob, MG Law, Moxie Dame? We should be all be there. Mods, again, thank you one more time. Chat, thank you so much for the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships, the monthly memberships. Thank you for just being here in chat and just keeping everybody company. It's great. Let's go on over to Eric Hundley and see what's going on. Tell him it's a me raid, and I will be there momentarily. Take care, everybody. We'll see you here 7 hours from now. Bring your friends and bring your banks. We'll see you. Take care, everybody.